ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it is indeed an honor and it gives me great pleasure to welcome you all to the World Cryptic Crossword Championship 2025, a celebration of intellect, ingenuity, and international fellowship. There are a few pursuits as quietly triumphant, as delightfully devious, and as universally unifying as the cryptic crossword. In 2025, the global crossword community reached a historic juncture, a long-awaited summit of minds that honors this noble craft with the recognition and reverence it has always deserved. That summit is the World Cryptic Crossword Championship 2025. This World Championship is dedicated solely to the cryptic form, a championship designed not just to crown the quickest mind, but the most nuanced, the most seasoned, the most attuned to the many-layered magic of clue and solution. I would now like to welcome Adya Singh, a former winner of National School Crossword Championship in India and the current college champion from India, to say a few words and to formally welcome all of you.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, esteemed participants from different corners of the world, the organizers, Team Ecstasy, and all crossword enthusiasts, a very warm and hearty welcome to each and every one of you. It is with immense joy and pride that we gather here today for the World Cryptic Crossword Championship, making its grand debut here in the historic and vibrant city of London. For the first time ever, the world's finest cruciverbalists, those masterful minds who dance with words and twist clues into brilliance, have assembled on this global stage in a city where language, literature, and wit have long found a cherished home. As the game begins and the clues unfold, may this championship be a celebration of creativity, cleverness, camaraderie, and of course, a little bit of cryptic mischief. Thank you, and once again, welcome to the World Cryptic Crossword Championship in London 2025, the World Cup to decide the best crossword nations on this earth. Thank you, and sublime wishes.
Thank you, Adya, for those wonderful words of welcome. I would now like to invite Mr. Vivek Kumar Singh, President, World Crossword Federation, and the mentor and the brain behind the cryptic crossword revolution in India, to address the audience and share his vision behind organizing cryptic crossword championships right from the school level, college level, open tournaments, and now the World Cryptic Crossword Championship.
Thank you very much, Vinayak. Honorable guests, distinguished cruciverbalists, organizers, ladies and gentlemen. It is my duty here to tell you what the concept is and why have we come here and how have we come here. And this background is important because all of us love crosswords and that is why we are here. Crossword, as we know, is over a century and a decade old. It's exactly, I think, over 111 years old. And it is more established than many of the modern sports which have gained currency of late. What has happened with crosswords is, in spite of everything, we didn't have a world stage. And therefore, people like you, talented people, setters like Ashley who's sitting there, columnists like Mr. Hodgkin who's sitting there, and all the star crossword solvers and setters, they have not gained global recognition, which they thoroughly deserve. And we thought that we must start somewhere, and that is why, and that is how this idea came. The idea came, and we thought that all of you need international recognition. You need space in the global media. You need space in the minds and hearts of the people across the globe. And while we have tremendous championships in England, and we have chosen this venue, because this, as you may know, we have a very holy river called Ganges. And the source of Ganges is the Gangotri. That is the point from where the Ganga emerges. So London is the Gangotri of crosswords. I mean, even the person who founded it and started it all in the US belonged to Liverpool. So this is the place where we thought it would get the most appreciation and most bites for the purpose of the outsiders. And that is why we held this event, decided to hold this event in London. Now, I'll give you the background as to how it has evolved. 2013 was 100 years of crossword. On 21st December 1913, Arthur Will, a person from UK, went to England and was working in a newspaper there, and he devised a crossword called the word cross in the Fun World supplement of a newspaper. And when it was 100 years in 2013, we said that we'll celebrate 21st December as a crossword day, and we'll initiate what we called was the Indian Crossword League, the IXL in short. And many of the players who are here from India, or even Australia, they have participated in the IXL. After IXL, we said that we must reach out to the schools. We started the National Inter-School Contest across the country with fabulous participation. Then the college body in the Indian community, they said that we also want a crossword. So we started NICE, that is the National Inter-College Crossword Expedition. And it is now 4 years old, but this year, the initial participation has been over 500,000, which is quite a number for a game which is so esoteric like crosswords. So we have reached there. Then there were certain groups which wanted to learn crosswords and make it their habit. So we started off with a CAD, a Clue a Day contest for school students, a Clue a Day plus for school and college students, a CAD senior for the senior citizens, that is 60 plus people. And then when there was a lot of clamor from stars sitting out here, then we said that we'll have an CAD global. That every day we must have a world champion, and therefore we are here. So this is the background, and that is why we thought that I was talking to Mr. Hodgkin now, and Times Crossword, for example, they have evolved and they have been doing it since the 1970s, much older than we have done it. They are like the pioneers in the field of competitive crosswords. We brought it on stage also so that people must see it as a spectator sport. Otherwise, it becomes a very private affair. So unless until you see it and follow it and see the contests going on live in front of you with all the tensions and the trepidation of an event like that. So it was wonderful and it has worked. So we thought we'll test it in London, and now we are here. So I'll not take much of your time, but I must tell you that this is an effort, this is only a beginning. And the effort will only fructify when friends like you, well-wishers like you, participate in it wholeheartedly. Yesterday, of course, there were some glitches, but these are part of our game, and we must be liberal enough to understand that nothing is entirely under our control. But in spite of that, it went off well, and the results showed that the field was level. I mean, there was no unfair advantage to any person per se. So we'll go with the results, and we'll announce it today itself. So there would be small hiccups here and there. Please don't mind that. And you have to bear with it, because all of us are learning in the process. It is a first time, it is a debut, and all debutants are nervous. So are we. We want your support, we want your hand-holding, and we assure you that this small beginning will go a long way in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for sharing the background and the vision going forward. So now I would like to invite Mr. Ochintya Sharma, our crossmaster for the day, to take over and conduct the competition. Mr. Ochintya.
Hi, good morning, everyone. It's nice to see everyone here. So thank you, Vinayak. Thank you, Vivek. And I think as Vivek gave the context of this entire event, we started in 2013 in Bangalore as the IXL. And I'm so privileged and honored that I have been part of all of that journey, including the events in school and college. And so it's a couple of years back, Vivek, in his characteristic way, over tea, he said, let's do the World Championship. I said, what's that? And he said, we can go to London and we can do the World Cryptic Crossword Championship. So it was just like over tea, he said. I said, yeah, that's a good idea. I have a 5 years visa, so it's much easy for me to travel. So that's how it started off, right? And then last year, I think things got a little more we started working on it. And as you see, the last 2 days, we are all here. And it's so wonderful to see a great participation. I know the credentials of everybody sitting there. We kind of got your registration form and all that. And it gives me pride that I'm, standing in front of such a galaxy of crossword stars. So the way it works, now I'll get down to business. So we have, I think can we switch off the lights or you can't see me then? Okay, it doesn't matter. As long as we have lights on the in that part of the hall, can we, Raghu? Yeah. I think switch on the lights there because they'll need to see the answer script. Yeah, not here, that side, yeah. Can you see your paper? Okay, good. That's enough, right? So we have the participants sitting at the rear part of the hall, and I think all our guests, so we kind of have a dividing wall there. So the way it will work is that you will get 2 grids. So this is the preliminaries, and we'll talk about the finals later on stage. On stage is a little tricky and little different kind of an event, but we start off with the part which you're all familiar with, pencil, paper, and a nice grid in front of you. So we have 2 grids that you will get, and you have to solve that in 1 hour, exactly. I'll tell you when we start and when we are supposed to end. 1 point for every correct answer. All the score down across both the grids, the score is the same, right? 1 for everything. Please write in capitals. I'm sure all of you know all that, but just so that we are all okay. Legibly. Try not to overwrite because we have had situations where, whether it was a P or a B was quite contentious. So don't overwrite. If you need to change or if we have some eraser or something, we can help you with that or at least make it bold enough. And the way it works is your score is more important than time, right? So even if you take entire time and finish with the highest score, that's more important than how quickly you return your scripts. But if 2 persons or 2 teams in this case happen to give have the same score, then the person who has returned in early counts. Okay, so that's the tie break. Otherwise, it's just the total score. And as you see, we have 6 places here, so 6 of you will qualify. But the way we're going to do that is the top 4 countries, okay, top 4 countries will qualify. So we know who is from which country, and the best of the rest, the 2 best of the rest. So that's fair, so that we have at least 4 countries represented, and we have nobody left out because somebody else from that country was better than him or her. Okay, clear? And all of you have your pad. So Vinayak here, whom you just met, he will help and give you the 2 grids. Don't start as yet. And we have a young lady, the youngest participant, is it? So if you're not participating, you can come here. The 2 of you are participating, right? You're not participating, then if you can come to this part of this hall. Yeah. Thank you. I didn't want to feel her left out, okay. Yeah, Vinayak. So don't start off till we tell you when to start. And okay, so let me tell you one thing. So in each grid, the grid will look like this. right? So there is a name, mobile number, country name, city, email. You can fill all that, okay? Fill all that, but don't start filling your answers. And please check that you've got 2 different grids, okay? For both the grids, please fill up the details. It's the same details, but that's okay. One, two, three, four, five, six, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Okay, Unsa, we've got 15 participants, is that correct, from registration? Okay. Nobody's left out, nobody's kind of gone anywhere. So we're ready to start that way, right? Okay, I'll tell you when to start. Please, I'll give you a minute or two just to fill up your details. So I was reading about the Nehru Center, and what I found out that the one early resident of this place was the Duke of Cambridge. And he had this very, what they call the Hanoverian habit of thinking aloud. Okay? So that's not what you should do today, at least the participants. So it doesn't matter whatever the Duke of Cambridge did, but at least for the prelims, please don't think aloud. Yeah, just check whether you have received 2 different sheets. Okay, and the sheets, let's show me one. Yeah, 7 letters and 6233. Yeah, 6233, and the other one is 14, right? No. So I'm sure all of you have finished filling up, and please check. Okay, so this gentleman here, his name is Kushagra. Okay, so when you are done, just keep a track, and you don't move around here and there. You'll be available. So whenever you are done, please return your sheets to him. Okay, raise your hand. This is Kushagra, okay? And you don't need to run and all that. We'll be considerate, okay? So the time is 10:34. Yeah, somebody has a question? 1 hour in total for both the grids. No, half an hour. Yeah, you can submit any time from now, both. And don't submit one at a time, submit both together. Okay? It's a total time for the 2 grids. Okay, so it's not individually that you need to return the grids. Okay, so it's always 10:34. I'll say 10:35 because, let's give you that extra minute. So we close at 11:35. Start. All the best, everyone. So half an hour left. And those of you who have completed or who will complete soon, there's tea and coffee downstairs. You can go and have tea, coffee there. So otherwise, you'll be sitting here bored. And one more thing I just wanted to announce, that the way you qualify into the finals is that the top 2 in the prelims get to start off with 15 points. Then we have the next 2 start off with 10 points. And the last 2 start off with 5 points. So at least, all of us have some points to start off when we go to the finals. 10 more minutes. So in the last minute, we'll consider everybody together, okay? We don't need to, we'll not like differentiate by seconds and all that. Last 2 minutes. So from now on, we'll consider all of you submitting at the same time, just last minute. Okay, please stop. And I think our volunteers, can you please collect? Just check that you've written your names and the name of the country. Yeah. So we'll have a kind of short tea break. If you go downstairs, there is tea and refreshments downstairs near the reception. And those of you who are eager to see the answers, so we'll run them as a video and it'll be playing here. So anytime you can come and check what the answers are. In the meantime, we'll get the papers checked and we'll announce the scores. Okay? Okay, so the refreshments downstairs, they're homemade Indian cookies. And there are a lot of stuff actually downstairs. And tea, coffee, and I think some juices. So choose your pick. Okay, first count 15. That is more. So everybody submitted, right? Okay. So all of you had some nice tea, coffee downstairs, and now we can start. Ready? Okay. One thing we can do is there are spaces here. As you will find out, a lot of things will happen on the screen. So it's better that if you can come right up front, we can leave those back seats free. Because if you want to read on the screen, it'll be a little difficult there. And okay, so we are ready with the qualifiers. So this is the most difficult part of the event, actually, to leave out somebody. And the gentleman has essentially, was the king of the Indian Crossword League. He just missed out today, qualifying. Ramkrishnan, where are you? Stand up, please. He just missed out. And there is even with that, I think there is a C and T kind of a confusion you had, right? On evidential or evidential, but doesn't matter. That didn't make any difference, so you don't have to kind of, live a sleepless night just thinking about the T and C. Really didn't make a difference finally. So don't worry, Ramki. But thanks for coming all the way from Chennai. And now we go to the qualifiers. And as I said, the way we will do it is, and that's the rule of the rules of the championship kind of dictates, we pick the top 4 from top different countries, the top 4 participants, and then the best of the rest. Okay? And so qualifying with full house, 60 on 60, and submitting at 10:57. That means 22 minutes into the game. Unbelievable score. Mark Goodliff of England. Please come on stage, Mark. And you can pick whichever is your favorite spot. So we start off like this: 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So whichever is your kind of popular spot. So where do you want to sit? Yeah, 3. Okay. Yeah, Mark Goodliff, England, number 3. Okay? Following just, I think, 2 minutes later, full score of 60 at submitted 10:59. That is 24 minutes into the game. 60 on 60, Matthew Marcus of Portland, USA. Then coming, so we come in here. So Marcus, where do you want to, so should we call you Matthew or Marcus? Matthew? Yeah. Yeah, Mark and Matthew, right? That's better. Yeah. Number 5, Matthew. Okay. Representing India, or coming all the way from Goa, the current IXL Indian Crossword League champion, Sashwat, 54 on 60. Sashwat Salgaonkar from Goa. Where? Any favorite spot? 1. Right. Now from Australia, Canberra, Australia, Philip Coote. 49 on 60. Where do you want to sit? Did I get your surname correct? Is it Coote? Okay. So where are you sitting, Philip? Oh, right there? Yeah. So 4 countries taken, and the rest of the best, and these are really best, in the sense that submitting at 11:16, Colin Thomas of Bristol, England, with a score of 59. I think that fiddle instrument, that spelling did it. Yeah, everybody wrote S-E, S-I, all other stuff, right? So that was the one that made a lot of difference. Not much, okay, point there. Okay, and at 11:22, we had a submission from York, England, John Henderson. Even he scored 59, and that 1 mark went off with the same instrument. Yeah, so we have now 3 teams, 3 individuals from England. So so what we'll do is you need to choose your favorite color. So we'll call you England with that color. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So pick up your mics. There are mics with you, and maybe 2 of you call in. And Shashwat, you have to share 1 mic because we didn't want too much of clutter here. And there's a mic there for you. Yeah. So Mark, what color do you choose? Blue. Yeah, you're blue, so it's easy for me to remember. Is it working? Raghu? It's working. Okay. Cool. Mark blue. Then we have, just keep your names like this.
No, he's not English.
Okay, John and Colin. Colin, you want which color?
Green.
Okay, Colin green, number 2. And then we had John, right? Also from England. Pardon me? Bright? White, okay. Red. Okay, good. Okay, so we'll do a quick round of introduction, and that will also get our mics to be tested. So Shashwat, we'll start with you. If you can just kind of very briefly give your name, of course, and if you have a pet name, you can add that. And just talk about, how do you find this event different and how long you have been? Whatever you want to say for 1 minute, not more than that.
Hi everyone, I'm Shashwat Salgaonkar. Yesterday I introduced myself as Shash because that's just easier to remember and pronounce. So we can go with that as my pet name. And I've come all the way from India. I'm originally from Goa. I've been doing this competition for about 8 years and cryptic crosswords for just over a decade, I think. And yeah, I mean, it's a pleasure to be here and participate against the best of all the countries, the best that the world has to offer. And just happy to be here.
Hi, Colin Thomas, very happy to be here. Likewise, I've come not quite as far, I come from Bristol, but it's still surprisingly, is this on? Hello? Yeah, there we go. Here we are. Yes, still quite a trip this morning. Surprisingly difficult to get to London for 10 in the morning. I've been doing crosswords for about 20 years, learned from my grandfather back in the day. I've been setting crosswords for quite a while now as well, and recently started editing them as well on the team at the Times of London. I'm very, very glad to be in the top 6 here.
Thanks, Colin. Mark?
My name's Mark Goodliff, sometimes known in the crossword world as Mr. Magoo. I'm probably the most local competitor here. I've only had to come about 1.5 miles. But very pleased to be here and to see so many important people in the world of crosswords. Fantastic. And looking forward with immense trepidation to whatever's going to be happening on this stage in a moment. So delighted to see everyone.
Yep. Philip?
I'm Philip, or Phil. I've come from Canberra, Australia. Apparently, this is a heat wave that you're in. It's strange. But anyway, so it's great to be here. I've been competing online in the IXL for the last few years, but have never had the chance to go to a face-to-face competitive event until now. So I'm really excited to be here and feel quite privileged to share the stage with these gentlemen. So.
Thanks, Philip.
Hello, I'm Matthew Marcus, representing the USA. I was born in New York and I live in Portland, Oregon. So sorry about the accent. I have the advantage of a British education. So I've come a mere 5,000 miles to be here, so I'm much more tired than Mark. I come every October to play against the Limeys, but I've never played against the whole world at one time before, so this is super exciting, and I look forward to many more years of the World Championship.
Thanks, Matthew. So now you're even, thanks for coming in June as well. And so I think who is you have to share your mic with him, I think. So who is farther? Is it Philip or Portland or Canberra? I don't know. Canberra? Much farther, yeah, I guess. Yeah, John?
Hi, I'm John Henderson. I'm a setter and a solver. I set for most of the British broadsheet newspapers, such as they are abroad these days. I'm also looking forward with quite a lot of trepidation to what's about to happen. But we're going to give it a go. Thanks very much.
Thanks, everyone. So my name is Ochintya. You can, any variation to that pronunciation is okay. Ochintya. So, even in India, people call me by all kinds of things. As long as it's near about, it's fine. And so the way this format works is very different from what you went through, right? And so we start off with your scores, right? What you kind of got in the prelims. The first top two get 15 points, right? And so that's Mark and Marcus, right? And then the two with 59, because that's the actual score. That was, I think, John and Colin. So you start off with 10 each, and then Shashwat and Philip start with 5 each. So we have Vinayak here. You saw him in the morning. So he's our adjudicator and scorer. So although I am supposed to be the king, god, and lord of today's events, right? So it doesn't matter how many years you have done crossword, but today I call the shots. And whatever we if we don't like something, we'll talk about at lunch, right? And so Vinayak is the adjudicator, and then we have Kushagra, who you can't see there. He's been doing all the back-end work. And then Raghu up there, thank you, Raghu. He's done all the wonderful, lights and sound. This mic sounds very nice. And so thanks to the Nehru Center, thanks to everybody. We'll have a formal vote of thanks later, but at least let me start off with a feeling that we have come from so far and we feel at home here. So thank you, everyone. Okay, so Shashwat would know the rules, but for the rest of you, the way it works is the clue will come up here, right? We do the across clues first, okay? So there's a grid of 15 into 15. The across clue, so let's say 1A comes up, and then because he's 1, so he starts off with him. And we follow what is in the quizzing world, what we call the infinite bounds system, right? So let's say he will answer, but let's say he cannot answer, and it goes to Philip, who answers. So the next clue will go to Matthew, okay? So we go clockwise. So we have 2 grids, and we go clockwise with the 2 grids. For the across clues, 10 points, and for the down clues, because they get to be simpler, and you guys have sharp memory, so you'll get 5 points. That's how it works. Okay? 10 and 5. Across is 10, and down is 5. Right? And how much time? That's the question that I have been getting for the last 12 years. We are friends, okay? So the first guy gets a little more, first person, and the others, it will be unfair to sit on that and ask for more time. So you should be ready with the answers. I mean, I'll get a general feel from your body language that you've given up or you're going there. Okay? Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So be very, emotive. Then I can make out what's happening. Okay? So we'll go. We are gentlemen here, and so we'll just kind of manage that way, right? And please speak into the mic because if you mutter or something like that, it's, as I said, if you think aloud, it will be a big problem. So your answer should be in the mic. So what I hear through the PA system is the answer that I'll take. Right? And now for the audience. First thing first, please switch off your phone or put it in some extremely silent mode if there's one. Okay, there's a mode called mute, you can do that. Or switch it off. And the reason is that, suddenly they are thinking and you have a massive, hip-hop music coming up, it completely disorients everybody here, right? That's one. The second thing is because these are all crossword lovers, you will know all the answers, okay? That's for sure. And so please don't utter. The acoustics of this room is very good. We have been testing this since morning. If you have something for your own kind of well-being, you can write it down and keep it to yourself or show your neighbor. That's okay. But don't please utter because the voice carries and teams here everybody is very competitive. So it'll be very unfair if the answer gets revealed. Okay? So please follow these two things. Please write. And I'm sure everybody's got a pen and paper. If you need something, we'll spare you with all that. But don't utter. If they can't get, okay, that will never happen, I think, today with this field. But if it does happen, that rare moment, please raise your hand and answer. And when you answer, please provide the annotation as well. And that's true for you guys also. You'll get points even without the annotation, don't worry, okay? But, you want to show off, right? So please annotate and with as much detail as you can, okay? But without annotation also, you'll get the points. The points are only for the correct answer, yeah. No penalty for wrong answers, okay? No negatives. As I said, we are friends, okay? We will not shoot anybody down. Okay, and you can please give only one answer. Even if you answer correctly in the second one, I will ignore, okay? And your next guy can get it, and the bad luck for you, okay? So I will just ignore your second answer, even if it is correct. And audience, let's have fun, okay? Good. So that was a very, very long introduction. I think I took more time than required, but that I think was needed because it's first time for many of us here. Okay, Shashwat, ready? Yep. Kushagara, ready? Okay. So this is how it works. You'll soon get a feel. This is the grid, the first grid. First clue to Shashwat. Worry after daughter gets weird black tattoo. 8. Shashwat. Okay, I need to pass you, Shashwat. So this is how it will work. Colin?
I think it might be downbeat.
Pardon me?
Downbeat.
Yes.
D-O-W-N-B-E-A-T. No, he's shaking his head.
Okay.
I think it's drumbeat.
And how do you spell it?
D-R-U-M-B-E-A-T. So it's D plus rum plus B plus eat.
That is correct. It is drumbeat. Yeah, it's not downbeat. Drumbeat, yeah. Drumbeat is a kind of tattoo, right? In fact, that's what all the drummers, what you see, those big, big things that they put on their backs and shoulders, that's a drumbeat. Okay. Mark, you got 10 points. So the next clue will go to Philip. Okay? Philip, so this is how it works. Clear? Philip, your clue. Wait for lift. 4,2.
I think that's hold up.
And how did you get hold up?
It's to wait. It's like if you're waiting for something, you might get held up. So to be, and lift is to hold something up.
That is correct. Hold up. It's double definition. Hold up. So Philip gets 10 points. Vinayak, anytime you have a doubt, you can stop me, right? So the next is to Matthew. Matthew, your clue. Escort going around very seedy European city.
Seville. C is escort around very ill, and Seville is a city in Spain.
That is correct. Seville. So as I said, audience, you have to be, I think, remain quiet for most of the time, okay? Doesn't matter. John, you're direct. Ordered perch, 1 right for little bird. 7.
Chirper. Chirper.
That is correct. Chirper. And how did you get chirper?
It's an anagram of perch IR.
That is correct. Perch and one IR gives you a little bird chirper. So it's all easy going, and this is how this round goes. It's only when you make mistakes that you lose points, otherwise you'll be getting everything. Don't worry. Okay, Shashwat, you're direct. Yep. Stars, sex appeal, saving film. That's 12 across 5.
Spica.
Okay, and
Sex appeal is SA and film is spic. Spica is a star.
that is correct. It is, well, I think, the second or the third most brightest star in the sky, Spica. And I don't know, it's Spica maybe. So Shashwat gets 10 points. The next clue is to Colin. Romped on trip with hot person of round body shape. 9.
I think it's endomorph.
And how did you get endomorph?
It's an anagram of romped on with H for hot.
And that is a body shape. That is correct. Endomorph. Endomorph, round body shape. And Colin gets 10 points. Yep. Here we go to 14 across. What a monsieur might do to socialize.
I think that's rub shoulders.
Rub shoulders, that is correct. Rub shoulders.
A phrase meaning to socialize, and it's what a masseur might literally do.
That's correct. One is a literal definition, the other one is a kind of an idiomatic expression. So that's rub shoulders. 10 points to Mark. Now, Philip, you're direct. Runs wild in rebellion, that's expected. 12.
Is it insurrection?
Insurrection, not insurrection. Matthew? Matthew, take the mic, please. Yeah, you can pick whichever your southpaw, then you can pick your left mic, or you can pick the right mic.
I'll pass.
He's passing.
I think it's unsurprising.
And how did you get unsurprising?
It's an anagram of runs.
Yeah.
I've got the rising in it as well. I can't work out where the other two bits come from.
Uprising,
is it?
Uprising. That is correct. That's expected, unsurprising. Lovely. So it's rare when you get a bounce like this, and so you get an advantage over others. Come on. So that's 10 points to John, and the next one is to Shashwat. 21 across. Drain filled with rubbish, an extremely huge pile of discarded materials. Shashwat, I have to go quick.
Straw heap.
Not straw heap. Colin?
I believe it's scrap heap.
And how did you get scrap heap?
Drain is sap. Rubbish is a word my mother told me not to use. Extremely huge is HE.
That is correct. Scrap heap. Scrap heap. You got almost there. Okay. Sap is the operative word, I think. Okay. Drain something, sap something, and that's lovely. So I think, Colin, now you made up on your downbeat. Yeah, you made up on your downbeat now. Right. Yeah, he's fully upbeat. Very good. Yeah. So now, Mark, you're direct, which is 23 across. An augur's dwelling, 5.
I think that's abode. A and bode for auger, giving dwelling.
That is correct. Abode, an auger, bode is, that's auger and A from there, and you get a dwelling. Okay, lovely, very quick. Next one is to Philip. Philip, 24 across. Medics in emergency checking back parts of knee joint. Don't go with my intonation or sometimes even pronunciation. Make out from whatever you read there. Yeah.
It would be menisci.
Okay, and how did you get that?
It's contained within medics in emergency going backwards, and it's part of the knee joint.
That is correct. I believe yesterday I was checking the chambers for all these, and it's the menisci. So menisci is the part of the new joint right here, and as you said, it's hidden there, hidden in plain sight. Okay, yours, Matthew. 25 across. Re-watery fluid accumulating in back. Matthew? Yeah, you need to use the mic.
I don't have it yet, so I will pass.
Pass. Come on, John.
No, I'll have to pass too.
Pass. Sashwat, we'll go quick now.
Rebusar.
Rebusad, no.
Rhenium?
Rhenium, how did you get rhenium?
As a room, R-H-E-U-M, with in backwards in it.
That is correct. And re as in the chemical element of rhenium. And it is rhenium, rheum around in, that is accumulating, and you back it and you get rhenium. Lovely. Okay? So 2 good cracks. So you should be fully upbeat now. Okay. Mark, your clue is coming up. That is 26 across. Stylish maiden, cleared litter in flat.
I'll go for solemn.
Solemn? Not solemn? Yep. Philip? Philip passes. Matthew? Matthew passes. John? I can't give you extra time. Sashwat?
Pass.
Passes. Colin, you are upbeat now? Come on. I'm not putting you under pressure. Come on.
Let's go for any 6-letter word. Rotten.
Rotten. The word that you were not... Oh, that was rubbish, I thought. Right. Okay. Finally, we got something for the audience. Stylish maiden, cleared, litter in flat. Okay, flat is dry. Then what happens? Dressy is correct. No points to anybody. Okay, round of applause for at least Ashwath, for he got something which nobody got. Dressy, right? That's stylish. And so you get mess and you clear the maiden, M, and you get dressy. Okay. Then we have the last of the across clues. That is, it was Mark's, so the next, it will be Philip's. Okay? No, because you got the last one, right? And nobody got that?
I was asked it.
Yeah, so the next one, yeah. Okay. Philip. Mostly unwell, tackling unknown issue affecting the whole body. 8.
Systemic.
Pardon me?
Systemic.
Systemic is correct. Systemic is correct. Affecting the whole body is systemic. Yeah, Kushagra, yeah. So that's systemic, sick, around Y. So what we are done with the across clues. So at this point of time, I want you to wipe out that page that you have been writing. So just give me that, so you don't need to know about all that. Thank you. You have not written anything, blank, blank, blank. Oh, he doesn't even have a notebook. You need one, there's one. Okay? Yeah. Give me the cumulative score. Yeah. Prisms. Okay, so while Vinay gives me the scores, I'll just have a small announcement here. Where is my... So, so these lovely clues that you see here, there are 4 people who have been responsible for setting the clues. And so I think we should give them a huge round of applause to these 4 setters, okay? They are, I won't say who did which grid, because, there are people who use that as for the advantage to figure out, read into the minds of the setter and try to crack. So it doesn't matter. Okay. So the 4 setters for the 4 grades, the 2 prelims and the 2 finals. There is Bala Pashupati, who writes as the exchequer. Then Srini Srinivas, who also known as the avatar. Then we have Dr. Satyan Nabar, who he writes under 2 names, sets under 2 names, Dr. X and Bone Setter. I think he's a guy from orthopedics, right? That's why the name Bone Setter. And then we have Charlie Medvin. So we have these 4 setters who have contributed to this year's puzzle and all the wonderful work that you're seeing here. Okay. And my job is just reading them out. Okay. Are we ready with the scores? So this includes the scores that you carried forward from the prelims. Actually, it's wrong to say prelims. No? It's like stage 1 and stage 2, right? It's like the same activity going on. Right. Sashwat at 15. Colin at 40. Come on, yeah. They like that. He needs the mood, right? Mark leading at 45. Philip at 35. Matthew at 25. And John at 30. Right? It's early days. We've just done 1 round of 4. And now we'll come to the across clues, the down clues. We'll start, who answered the last one? No, that was dressy. You answered, Philip answered systemic. You answered systemic. So the next is to Matthew. Okay. So now you'll get 5 points. And down clues are somewhat easy because you seem to have some reference. So we'll go a little quicker. Okay? Matthew, for 1 down. Troublesome issue after director's neglect.
That is disuse.
That is correct. Disuse. 5 points to Matthew. Disuse. Yep. Oh, you wanted to annotate? Yeah, please do that, right? Yeah, go ahead.
It's an anagram of issue. Troublesome is the anagram indicator. D is director, and neglect is disuse.
Lovely. Okay. Now we go for 2 down. John? Display topless entertainment on live broadcast.
That's unveil. UNVEIL.
And how did you get unveil?
It's fun without the F. Certainly is. And live anagram.
That is correct. Basically, broadcast as in scatter, right? That's the original meaning of broadcast. So you scatter the whole thing and you get unveil. Wonderful. Right. So next is Sashwat's. Sashwat, yours is 3 down. Fit of shivering right after a little lad's bitten by an insect, or bug?
Beleaguer.
Beleaguer, as in, spell it.
Beleaguer.
That is perfect, correct. Beleaguer. And how did you get beleaguer?
So a little lad is L, bitten by B for insect. And fit of shivering is egg, right as R. So that follows BELE.
That is right. Lovely. Well worked out and very quick. Colin, yours. Leader of America recklessly increases levy. Unpleasant thing that must be accepted. 194. These are nice topical clues.
I think that's unnecessary evil.
You mean the comment on the clue, or is it your answer?
I'm going to give the answer of that. Yeah. This is an optional joy.
Lovely.
But a necessary evil is leader of America is A, anagram increases levy for the rest.
Lovely. And that must be accepted, a necessary evil. Wonderful. Very good. I like these topical clues. No, so every year when I do this, I try to pick my favorite clue, and this one is one of them. Okay, right. We did necessary evil. Now let's go to the next down. That is 9 down, I guess. Oh no, 6 down. 6 down. Dislike leader of party, abandoning stand.
I think that's odium from podium minus P.
Podium minus P, odium. Lovely. That is dislike. Mark gets 5 points. You're giving 5, right, Vinayak? Okay, good. Philip, yours is the next one. Left frustrated finally by ridiculous red tape.
It's departed.
Departed and?
It's an anagram of red tape plus the end of frustrated.
That is correct. Departed. We get Philip 5 points. Okay. Matthew, you're direct. Pick up pouch containing tea. Yeah, you have to speak into the mic.
Purchase, purse containing cha.
That is correct. Purse containing cha. Purchase. And that's 5 points for Matthew. So audience, you've been quiet for long, so let me, he said T for cha. Why some countries, some places, some languages people say cha and some people say tea? Do you know why? The world is divided between tea and cha, right? Or variations to chai. And why is that so? Whenever? That is correct. Depending on how the tea reached that country, if it's through the Silk Route, it's cha, and if it has come through the Fujian province where tea was the pronunciation was somewhat like tea, and by the Portuguese, and it became tea. Wow, lovely. Okay, so we got some breeder. Now next is John's. John, you're direct. 9 down.
Acid house party.
Detectives entering a building. He didn't even give me time to read it out. Okay, to break ultimately noisy rave. It's like something that he prepared yesterday night, right? It was. When we have, at least in India, and I'm sure because in England also people have almost similar curriculum. We study the same kind of subjects. So we have something called, we say, common. It has come common. That means you studied yesterday and the next day morning that thing appeared in your question paper. So it looks like that, right? Somewhat. Okay, so it was a common thing. Right, so that was 5 to John. And next, the next clue is to Shashwat. Shashwat, you're direct. Keen to check popular scribes' latest feature. Yeah, I can't give you much time. You're passing? Colin? The mic is there. Passing?
Nothing.
Mark?
I think it's lineament.
And how did you get lineament?
I think it's in is popular and I'm not sure.
How did you get lineament? It puzzles me. Huh? From feature. Okay, from feature. Okay, 9-letter word, that's feature. Okay, he wants to. Come on, speak in the...
Lament is keen and scribe's latest is Z. There you go.
Yeah, lament, and from there you put popular is in, and then the rest is it follows, right? The feature is a feature largely in geology, right? In geology, the word is used more than any other place. Yeah, lovely. So, but you got it from feature. Wonderful. 5 points to Mark for lineament, and now we have the next clue for Philip. Philip, okay, there's another very topical one. Dumbest US crackpot wants head of Tesla included. Yeah. No? Who said crosswords are just not for fun? Yeah.
The answer is subsumed.
And how did you get subsumed?
Anagram of dumbest US without the T for the head of Tesla. And crackpot is an anagram indicator.
That is correct. Wonderful. Subsumed. And as he said, it's the anagram of dumbest US minus Tesla. Right? Because you removed the head of T, head of Tesla. Right. So that was another nice topical one. 16. Matthew gets 5, right? Vinayak? Okay. Next is to John. Row after star wants billion for part. 8.
I think that's estrange,
Estrange?
which is best without the B for billion, and range for row.
That is correct. Range for row, and the rest, as he said, you remove the B because that is wanted. Lovely. So John gets 5. Next is to Sashwat. Philosophical doctrine in sermon is magnificent.
Monism.
Monism.
It's a hidden word inside sermon is magnificent.
That is correct. Monism. And again, this is, as you say, hidden in plain sight. Monism is a philosophical doctrine. Right? So dualism, monism, and all that. Okay, lovely. So that was Sashwat's 5 points. Next to Colin. Medic worried about onset of rosacea affecting the skin.
That's dermic.
Dermic. And how did you get dermic?
So it's an anagram of medic around the first letter of rosacea, and dermic means affecting the skin.
Affecting the skin. Lovely. So that is dermic, and Colin gets 5. Yep, I think we've got just a couple left, right? Or one left. Yeah, 22. Down, the last one left. That's for Mark. Models in gang endlessly consume ecstasy.
Poses, which is E in almost posse.
That is correct. From posse, you remove E, and then you, and yeah, it's poses, and then you remove that E. Correct. Around it. Poses, and that's 5 points to Mark. Done? So we're done with the grid. Can we have the full grid, Kushagra? So this is how the grid looked like. Okay, wonderful. Well done, everybody. So you got the hang of the whole thing. And let's look at the scores. So while we just get ready for the next grid, so the way it will work is now we will go anti-clockwise. It will start with John and the same routine, right? So let's look at the scores. I think just what we had only 3 things unanswered. Wonderful. Very nice. So not even 3, I guess. Just 1, right? Yeah, that's 1. Dressy. Okay, halfway through. We have Sashwat at 25. Okay, well done. And then we have Colin at 50, which is just 1 across clue or 2 down clues away from Mark, who is at 60. Then we have Philip and Matthew, both at 40. And right now, it's John in the 3rd place at 45. So now things will look simpler for all of you because, and you got the hang of it and we'll go a little quicker maybe. Okay, we are doing good on time, I guess. So, John, this is how it works. Let's see the grid. Same size, and the first across clue. What happened?
There's an extra white cell.
Oh, the extra white cell, yeah. That's okay. I think we'll get it right in the real one. Okay. You have to get your mind off the whole thing. Okay, good. Kushagra? Yep. 1 across. Decent boss. Sadly, not quite on the table.
I think that's second best.
And how did you get second best?
It's an anagram of decent boss.
That is correct. Yeah, decent boss, an anagram, not quite top of the table, and that person is second best. Yes. Matthew, you're direct. Yeah. Who got? Plus, no, John. Yeah. So it's going anti-clockwise. Clear? Okay. Next to Matthew. Matthew, yours. Very old lady repulsed prophet.
Amos, so Ma reversed, and Amos is a prophet in the Bible.
That is correct. Amos, the prophet in the Bible. It is so and Ma, and you get Amos. So Matthew gets 10, and the next is to Philip. Philip, European research facility oddly lauded for closing plant.
It's Lucerne.
Okay, and how did you get
The
Lucerne?
European research is CERN, the research facility, and then in between LUE, or lauded, and Lucerne is the plant.
That is the plant, what we more popularly call as the alfalfa. That's the Lucerne plant. And as I said, you get CERN from European Research Facility, and then you take out LUNE and put it there, and you get Lucerne, which is the alfalfa plant. Lovely. Philip, you got 5 points, you got 10 points. The next is to Mark. Mark, you're direct. A resident in ancient city getting recalled.
No, I don't know.
Okay, Mark is passed. Colin?
Russian.
Pardon me?
Russian.
Not Russian. Sashwat?
Reviled.
No. John?
Spartan?
Not Spartan.
I'll pass.
Passing. Philip?
Insider.
Not insider. Okay. Audience? It's an analyt kind of a clue. The ancient city here is Rome.
Emperor?
Emperor is correct. It is emperor, but no points. Okay. That was for the nice cookies that you'll get. Okay. So that was emperor, and no points to anybody. It was Mark's direct, right? The last one. So it's now Colin's direct. Colin, your direct. Diamonds, possibly the smartest thing to wear.
Suit.
Suit and?
Two definitions. Diamonds is a suit and cards, and a smart thing to wear is a
That
suit.
is correct. Okay, double definition. Diamonds is a suit, and then you have the smart thing to wear, which is also a suit. Okay, quick one. And then now we have Sashwat with 13 across. Rivals meet, reorganizing event for surfers. Yeah. Sashwat?
Live master.
Live master, no. John? Should we pass? Pass. Matthew? Mike? You're speaking to the mic.
No, I'll pass.
He's passing.
It's live stream.
Live stream, that is correct. Live stream. In fact, I think we are live streaming today. And so, live stream. Philip gets 10 points. So, surfer here is the internet surfer or the web server. Okay. That's 10 points to Philip. Now, Mark, you're direct. Writer yet to be paid is making beastly noise.
I think it's meowing. M-E-O-W-I-N-G.
Meowing, that is
Me
correct.
and Owen.
Okay. Each of us, I think, will pronounce this word differently on which cat we have in our neighborhood. So, meowing or whatever that is. Me and owing. The writer is me. And we have owing, which is making beastly noise like meowing. Okay, 10 points to Mark. And we have the next clue for Colin. Okay, Colin, Mark hit disc on the radio. Yeah.
I think it's symbol, spelt S-Y-M-B-O-L.
S-Y, and why do you say that?
Because it defines mark, but it also sounds like symbol, which spelled the other way, which is what is a disc that you hit.
That is correct. Wonderful. All these years that I've been conducting the crossword leagues, I find these homophone ones, especially on stage, like the trickiest, right? You have to get that specific word and then work on it, and you have nothing to guide you. So always the homophones I find are the most difficult ones. And of course, here on the radio was a good homophone indicator, but to get the symbol part and work it backwards is very good. Wonderful, Colin. Next to Shashwat. Shashwat, you're direct. Admire old monarch, always looking back. Yeah.
Revere.
And how did you get revere?
ER and ever.
Okay, ER as in the old monarch, yeah. And Elizabeth Rex. And then you have?
Ever for
Ever,
always.
of course, always. And that is Revere. Okay, lovely. It's 10 points to Shashwat. Many of you in the audience who are encountering this kind of a thing for the first time, it's very, very difficult here. Okay, I know the kind of stress that it is here because it's big. You're used to a crossword puzzle which is this size, and then suddenly the whole thing is on you, and the lights and people, the surrounding people, and they're all eager. Somebody's raising his hand. Somebody's, showing that, I'm tense. That kind of thing. It's really, really difficult. Okay, and the way they're cracking, amazing. Right. So that was Revere, and now the next is to John. John, you're direct. Fool, head spy with crooked ideals.
I'll go for mislead. M for the head spy, an anagram of ideals.
That is correct. M for the head spy. Then we have crooked ideals. It's mislead. And that is to fool somebody. Okay. 10 points to John. Now we have the next one to Matthew. Matthew, you're direct. After shedding skin, snake swallows organ in no time at all. Okay, come on.
I don't have it, so I will pass.
What did you say?
I don't have it, so I'll pass.
Oh, he's passing. Okay. Philip?
No, pass.
Passing.
Nanosecond.
And how did you get nanosecond?
Nose for organ in anaconda without its AA skin.
Oh, lovely. Beautiful. Beautiful. In fact, yesterday Vinayak and I, we were like we were trying to find out which is the most interesting. And we were always also voting for which we think would be the toughest. Okay? And this was our candidate for the toughest one. Because to think of anaconda right when you have a snake is not the most obvious thing to do. But then getting nanosecond in no time at all, that was lovely, Mark. Right? 10 points to Mark for nanosecond. And now to Colin for the next direct. Language of ancient city ultimately intrigued you.
That's Urdu.
And how did you get Urdu?
So is an ancient city, and intrigued in you, the last letters of those are D and U. And Urdu is a language.
That is correct. The ancient city of Ur, where the ziggurat of Ur and all that. From there you get Ur. I think that's a standard crossword stuff. And you get the language Urdu. Right. So, Colin, that was your 10-pointer. Now, Shashwat, you're direct. 27 across, a pair of supporters following the rules. Shashwat, I can't give you much more time. We are all getting hungry, aren't we? Okay. John, Matthew, you have to give him this mic.
I've got legally for that
Legally?
one. Leg and alley.
Leg and alley to, a pair of supporters. So one pair of supporters is a leg, the other one is the alley as in friends. So legally, and that is 10 points to John. Matthew, you're direct. Fan of royal times importing Eastern garments.
That's Tsarist, who is a fan of a royal in Russia, and it's TNT importing saris.
Okay. That is Tsarist, as in somebody who is the fan of the Tsar and the royal regime. And you put saris inside it, you get Tsarist. Right. So 10 points to Matthew. The next is to Philip. Philip, romantic prospect danced at first, then had meal.
date.
And how did you get?
First letter of danced and then 8.
That is correct. Okay, I think luck had it that this is a little easier than the rest. Okay, but that's okay. You can't. Yeah, come on. Okay, well done. Right? Yeah, it's not easy to have everything same. I know that Anaconda was a little more difficult than this one. Okay, doesn't matter. But it's very, very difficult. Everything is tough here, right? Especially when you're sitting so close. Okay. Mark, you're direct. The last of the acrosses for 10 points. Host or MC loudly outlining something that holds water.
Storm cloud, which is hidden in the first 4 words.
Oh, wonderful. Wow. Huh? And he could spot that in a nanosecond. Right? He could spot that very quickly. It took me so much time to figure out, even when I came to know that's hidden there, I started somewhere and finally ended up at storm cloud. Okay, so all of you can see storm cloud there, right? From host, that ST. Yeah, and you could spot so fast. Lovely. So we're done with the across clues. We'll have a quick look at the scores, and then we'll run through the down clues very, very quick. And after that, we have a little ceremony, because this is the World Cryptic Crossword Championship, and we'll have some nice, different kind of guests, and we have a lot of guests today, and we'll try to honor them. We have a lot of activities going on there, and then we'll all break for lunch, okay? So, we're ready? Yeah. No, you have the total? Yeah, just give me the total. Yeah, just give a second. Just give the total score. So while we are totaling the scores, any of you want to share some thoughts on how it's going? What is it like?
It's terrifying.
Yeah, this is a new format for us, I think, some of us. So we're like, what? How do you do this? And we're just working it out.
Yeah, I know. The first time I saw that, even I was terrified just conducting it. Yeah, just imagine sitting there, okay? Yeah, but I know this is nice because crossword is going through all kinds of, an evolution. We had the paper crossword, the newspaper crossword. Then you have online versions, then you have apps. And so this is another version, right? And I think it gets tougher and tougher with this. Just imagine doing this on the buzzer. Right? Vivek and I did think about it. We were thinking, let's do the whole thing on the buzzer. Then that would have been terrifying to the core, right? But we'll not do that. Come on, let's not be punishing. Okay. So Shashwat's got 35. Colin is still, I think, edging there, 80. Just behind Mark at 90. So, and then we have Philip at 70. Matthew at 60, and John right between there at 75. Okay, so I don't know whether it'll happen or not, but in case we have a tie break, okay, so we will have tie break questions, okay, and we'll do a tie break so that there's straight 1, 2, and 3, okay, and the way we will do the tie break, we'll tell you when it comes. When I'm conducting, I enjoy doing tie breaks. Right? It's so nice to punish people. Okay, doesn't matter. Yeah, please give the sheets. Yep. Oh, you guys have not written. He doesn't have a pad. So where did we end? Last one? Yeah, storm cloud. Good. So Colin, your down clue comes for 5 points. Very helpful spirit stops a mess getting out of control.
I think it's self-same.
And how do you spell it?
SELFSAME.
That is correct. And you think it is self-same, so why do you think it is self-same?
So the elf gets in an anagram of a mess.
And what is self-same?
I guess it must have been very helpful. Or possibly very nice.
Right, self-same. Okay, good one, 5 points. It is something very, right? It is what it is, that is self-same. Next one is 2 down for Shashwat. Prickly types start to complain before first part of play.
Cacti. Starts to complain is C, and first part of play is Act 1.
Act 1, Acti. Okay, lovely. So 5 points to Shashwat. So as you see, the down clues get easier and easier to crack at least. John, you're direct. Standard tip from nudism.
That's norm, N-O-R-M, because it's the beginning and the end of nudism.
Yeah, there's a question mark there. So if I ask you what would be the tip of nudism, so you could choose either N or M, so norm, right? It's, again, one of my favorite clues from the set. Nicely done. Yes, so 5 points to John. Matthew, you're direct. Buzzer with high-pitched noise making a sound.
Beeping. Buzzer is a bee, buzz buzz. Ping is a high-pitched noise, and beeping is making a sound.
That is correct. Matthew, 5 points to you. And now we go to Philip. Holy man and love God, securing electronics for speakers.
So that's stereos.
And how did you get stereos?
Holy man is saint, ST, and love God is eros, securing the E of electronics.
For E of electronics, and you get speakers, as in stereo speakers. Okay, lovely. So Philip, you get 5 points, and the next one is to Mark. Curriculum system dispensed by Spooner's particular way of communicating.
I think that's Morse code.
And why do you
Reverend
think?
Spooner would have pronounced course mode as Morse code.
Lovely. It is a Spoonerism where the curriculum and dispensed curriculum system would be course mode, and you do a Spoonerism on that, and you get Morse code. Right? 5-4, 5 points to Mark. I mean, getting this blindly within a few milliseconds is not a joke, right? Come on, very well done. Next, Colin, yours. Weak individual beginning to spend hour with independent parliamentary.
Shrimp, S-H-R-I-M-P. Beginning to spend is S, hour is HR, independent is I, and parliamentarian is MP, and a shrimp is a weak individual.
That is correct. Like we say, he's a shrimp or she's a shrimp, a weak person. And so quickly you've cracked this out. Well done, Colin. Come on, we'll keep the applauses up. Yeah. Right, Shashwat, your direct is coming up. 9 down. Sum up rotten pieties put about by order.
Epitomize.
Can you spell?
E-P-I-T-O-M-I-S-E.
That is correct. S-E. Epitomize. And 5 points to Shashwat for getting this. Now we go to John. Everybody's cracking. Very good. Elders in ivy cultivated in various ways.
Diversely.
Diversely. And it is
Anagram of elders and ivy.
And it's in many ways.
In various ways.
Various ways. Lovely. So 5 to John. I think this will be the fastest round ever. Okay. Matthew. Suitor and horseman, each losing head in dark time.
That's overnight, lover, and knight, both losing the L and the K. So
that is correct. So you have lover from where you remove the L, and from the night with the K, remove K, and you get overnight, which is dark time. Right. Now, Philip, your down clue. reworked commercial entirely written by editor?
It's adjusted.
Adjusted. And how did you get that?
Commercial is an ad, entirely just, I suppose, and editor is ED.
ED, correct. Right? So, and it's reworked, adjusted. Okay, good. So that's Philip's 5 points. Mark, your down clue. Put in code hacking PC entry.
Encrypt is an anagram of PC entry and a good testament to cracking the cryptic.
Yeah, and there are so many ways to give you an anagram indicator, and hacking seems to be another one. Okay, so you hack PC entry and you get encrypt. Okay, Colin, your direct down clue. Huge mafia, members swapping billions for number.
That's monster. So it's mobster with an N instead of a B.
That is correct. The B is removed and you replace an N there and you get monster, which is a mafia member. Okay, or huge. Right, so Sash, you recorded? 5 points to Colin. Now we have Sashwat. Old European duke was after a bite. Quick. He's passing. John?
That's angled.
Angled?
An old European is an angle, and D for duke.
That is correct. As in angle, the tribes of angles. And from there, you get angle, and you add the D from duke and angled, of course. Then we have Matthew. We're almost there. Yeah? Just a couple, I think. Matthew, yours. Greek character hiding in large animal.
This is rhino. The Greek character is rho, and it's hiding the word in inside it. So we get a rhinoceros.
Rhinoceros, rhino. Lovely. So we've, I think, come to the last clue for Philip. Okay, so what happens after this is that we'll kind of remove these chairs down. I think we'll give some spaces here for the participants to, or the qualifiers to come and settle down, and then we'll have the rest of the ceremony, okay? So just, all of you please remain settled so that we can quickly go through the rest of the events fast. Yeah, Philip, you're direct for the last clue. Federal agent pulled back curtain now and then.
NARC. N-A.
And how did you get NARC?
That's a definition as a federal agent, and it's pulled back the letters of curtain, the odd letters in curtain. Reverse.
Lovely. So we run through both grades very quickly. I think we're just kind of 5 minutes behind schedule, so we'll make it up very quickly. And so, the way it works is after this, as I said, there'll be some event, and then we'll have all the finalists up here again for photographs and all of that to celebrate the first World Cryptic Crossword Championship. And thank you. You have been a wonderful set of participants. No questions, nothing. For me, it was so easy. Thank you so much. And, when I came to know that we have such a galaxy of stars here, it kind of, okay, how will it go and all that, but it was fun. It was, for me, it was very nice conducting the event for all of you. I hope you had good fun. And I know it's a little crazy, this format, but, that's how things are. And I'm sure you enjoyed. And let's have some interaction. We'll give your feedback, and we'll see how we can improve on this as we go forward, right? And even all of you who have seen this for the first time, this format, you can give us some feedback, how you want to change it or how you want to make it better. And for those of you who have come a long distance, like, from Canberra or even from a mile away, Doesn't matter. You know, you made that effort to take part in the championship. It's a wonderful thing. It's encouraging for all of us. And this is how we can make crossword across the world, you know, bloom and foster and become bigger and bigger. Thank you, everyone. And let's meet up again and we can talk about things informally. Thank you. Okay, so all of you know the scores, I hope, but we'll announce it at the right time. Do we have a tie break? No. Okay, we don't have a tie break, so you don't have much work to do.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Phew, that was a cracker of a contest, exhilarating and intellectually stimulating, with a strong display of verbal skills and intellectual ingenuity. Now, I would like to call our distinguished guest to the stage and to come here and take their seats. I would like to call, firstly, our chief guest for this day, Mr. Nauram Singh. Mr. Nauram Singh is an IAS officer of 2008 batch. He holds a bachelor's degree in economics honors from Sriram College of Commerce, Delhi University, and a master's degree in economics from Jawaharlal University, New Delhi. Mr. Nauram Singh has held positions in embassies of India in various countries like Russia, Tajikistan, and Norway. He has also served as the Regional Passport Officer, Guwahati. He is currently the Director, Nehru Center, and Minister Culture at the High Commission of India, London. Welcome, sir. I would now like to call Mr. Vivek Kumar Singh, President, World Crossword Federation. Vivek, sir. He is the mentor and the brain behind this entire enterprise. I would also request Mr. Mick Hodgkin to come to the stage. Mick Hodgkin is the puzzles editor of the Times and Sunday Times, based in London, a former television journalist. He has previously compiled cryptic crosswords as Morph in the Independent and Micawber in the Daily Telegraph. He is also the organizer of the Times Crossword Championship. It's an honor to have you here with us today. And then I would like to call upon Ashley Knowles, aka Boatman. As Boatman, Ashley sets cryptic crosswords for The Guardian in the daily, prize, and genius sections, and is also known for his work teaching newsletters. Strongly influenced by Arakaria's work, introduced to him by his wife, Ashley got his first publication in The Guardian after persistent badgering by the then crossword editor Hugh Stephenson in 2008. Now I would like to call Ms. Susie Measure onto the stage. She is a renowned crossword columnist, which is widely read and popular in the crossword community. I would next call Dr. Divya Prakash to the stage, please. Yeah, Dr. Divya Prakash is a senior orthopedic surgeon based in Birmingham and a leader of the doctor community in the UK. I would now request our esteemed guest on the stage to say a few words briefly, keep it to 1 or 2 minutes, starting with Mick Hodgkin. You can come.
Hi, welcome everyone. I wasn't actually expecting to be speaking here, so I haven't got anything prepared, but it's absolutely fascinating to watch this event and how it's unfolded. As you heard, I've been organising the Times Crossword Championship for the last couple of years. Formerly I competed in it. The best I ever did, I'd competed for about 10 years, I think. The best I ever came was about 17th or 18th. And whenever I looked at Mark Goodliffe's times, they were always twice as fast as mine. So if I did it in a nanosecond, he'd do it in whatever you call half a nanosecond. So I was never really going to win it. So when I became puzzles editor of the Times 3 years ago, I allowed myself to take the stage there by organising it instead, which is much easier, I'm sure. So we had a break. There had been a break in the Times Crossword Championship because of COVID, obviously, as all the in-person events came to a halt. Fortunately, just before I joined, there was an attempt to hold it online, which in 2021, which collapsed under the strain of the number of people trying to participate. So I have great sympathy for any technical problems you may have had yesterday, either organising or participating. But it's always lovely to have an in-person event like this. And I'm very interested as well to see how the second stage just now unfolded. The puzzles, I I'm not here as a participant. I did do both of today's puzzles. I did complete them both with one mistake. The same one, I think, as a couple of my colleagues who were on the stage there. The musical instrument, and in a slower time than most of those. But I thought I was very impressed by the quality of the puzzles and the difficulty level of the puzzles, which I think, the crosswords this morning, which was very good. And then, yes, the event this afternoon was a very good way of making it into a spectator sport, which obviously doing crosswords very often isn't. At the end of the Times Crossword Championship, the last few years, we've had the last 3 or 5 people up on a stage solving puzzles in front of everyone else watching. But of course, you're just seeing them bent over, their piece of paper writing. You're not living the clues through them in the way that we have done there. So that's very interesting, as kind of all of the different ways that we can do it and try to engage more people and bring them to understand and love cryptic crosswords. And I mean, I think the thing for me, I'll be very quick now, but just is, I think here in Britain we tend to think of cryptic crosswords very much as a national peculiarity for us. And it's really with the growth of the sort of online communities around crosswords that many of us have come to realise what an international field there is of people all around the world who love and appreciate cryptic crosswords. And I've clearly seen that that's the case here in India, but in other countries as well. And so I think it's great to have an event like this, like these events over the weekend, where we can bring that, internationalise it, and show people that it's, this isn't just a British thing, it's international. Thanks.
Thank you very much for those words of encouragement, Mick Hodgkin. Now I'd like to call upon Boatman to say a few words, please.
Thank you very much. This has been fun, hasn't it? As setters, we don't often get to see our victims struggle with our work. I sometimes see people on the train. I used to when I commuted up to London every day. And I'd sometimes see them solving mine, and they usually look quite cross, actually. This is, as Mick says, to see this as a spectator sport is really quite exciting and unexpected. So I certainly hope you carry on doing this year after year now, and we get to see the formats strengthen and evolve. Crosswords are a great thing. Crosswords are the only thing I can think of that brings together so many things that we like to do to test ourselves on, between vocabulary and logic and working within a strict structure. And it's always surprising to me when I teach people how to set crosswords. I always point out that this is a really unusual activity that we've devised in the last 100 years that uses the whole of our brain, as far as we can see, to test ourselves. And that when we do that, we're giving ourselves a little bit of insight into what it's like when we use our brain for the most creative things, where people who have practiced an art form for years get to experience something of that feeling, and we can provide that feeling for ourselves by setting an ingenious enough puzzle. So congratulations to everyone who has been involved in organising the event. I think we should give a big hand to Extra C for making all this technically possible. And to our hosts, the Nehru Centre, for making this lovely occasion possible. And please do it again. And if you'd like me to come back next year and watch you again, I would love to do so. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ashley Knowles. I would now like to invite Susie Measure to say a few words, please.
Okay, I'll either speak fast or condense. So I need to start with a caveat. I'm a cryptic rookie. I feel like a ringer even being here, despite not competing. I'd never even tried solving a clue before last year. But if that's a confusing introduction, then perhaps I should invoke my great-grandfather's injunction and just say what I mean. He was Afrit, and he wrote a small book called Armchair Crosswords in 1949. My grandpa would tell me, cryptic crosswords are in your genes. Your granny's father invented them, you know. But what A.F. Ritchie, hence Afrit, had actually invented was a maxim, what became a maxim that became the golden rule of cryptic clue writing. I need not mean what I say, but I must say what I mean, which was pretty much the same thing as inventing cryptic crosswords in our household, even if the actual details, like his fiendish clues, were more complicated. He'd actually intended Armchair Crosswords to be the warm-up to a longer manual, but he died at age 63 in 1954, which is perhaps why Ximenez, his great friend Derek McNutt, was the one who went on to write a crossword handbook instead. Words have been my career. I'm a journalist, but I'd always assumed cryptics were beyond me, maybe because Afrits were so hard. It took another relation to make me crack. My dad, who was no relation to Afrit. My dad was ill and in hospital, and I'd asked if there was something I could bring him. And he asked me to print that week's Quiptic. And stuck for something to do, to talk about, I finally got him to start translating this sort of secret language that you can all speak, compiling my own sort of dictionary along the way. Today I'm adding head spy M and ancient city which I sort of knew. Anyway, Dad had recommended that I read Sandy Balfour's memoir, Pretty Girl in Crimson Rose. He said that would teach me what I needed to know. Not quite. Anyway, I then set off hunting all the other books I could find. Jonathan Crowther's A to Z, Alan Connor's Two Girls, One on Each Knee, John Halpin's The History of the Crossword, Secrets of the Setters by Hugh Stevenson, and of course Ximenez. I did also come across two by Val Gilbert, a former Telegraph crossword editor, but they couldn't compensate for that somewhat heavy male bias. So heavy that the first reference to a woman in one of them is to Mae West. Yes, a crack at her bust, which apparently made her name the slang term for what Allied airmen wore while ditching in the sea during the Second World War. There's also talk of a bra, but let's stop there. The maleness of British crossword history intrigues me, given how the opposite was true in the US, despite Arthur Wynne, where women such as Margaret Petheridge Farrar shaped the early life of the crossword. You know, she was, of course, the founding editor of the New York Times crossword for decades, heading the section. Here, although women solve on a par with men dominate pretty much everything, from competitions to crossword construction. One newspaper editor told me he has just one female setter for every 15 male setters. I worry about it every day, he said. This matters because language matters. The way words occlude reveals structural societal biases. We can't keep setting crosswords with male perspectives, that same editor told me. To give an example, John Halpin quotes Sarah Hayes recalling a palaver over cluing women in charge of automobile club, the answer being driver. She said, "That was the day I girded my feminist loins for a long insurgency, and unfortunately the sexists still take the bait every time. My work here is not done." At least that's in my edition, which was published only in 2016. I know, things are changing. Chloe Hutton, who's 27, came second in last year's Times competition. Last week, a Times Cryptic used stable girl to clue lad. And it's great to see Dice, also known as The Guardian's newest setter, Jenny Wilson, competing here for Wales today. There's a younger generation of female setters who are more active in the online crossword community. And pleasingly, the monthly pub solving sessions I've been hosting for the past year or so, has prompted one female solver to start setting on my crossword. And we solved her puzzle last week, and others that know more than me tell me it was very good. Anyway, I started with a caveat and I'll end with one. Although I'm slowly beginning to learn to speak crossword, my dad can't seem to manage them anymore. He's now in a care home, still stuck in a bed. I tried him on a few clues last week, but no dice. So I think the lesson is, I should have taken my grandpa's hint decades ago and started my cryptic, and accepted my cryptic fate. And sorry that was more than a couple of minutes, but there you go. Thanks.
Thanks, Susie. I now invite Dr. Divya Prakash to say a few words, please.
Good afternoon, everybody. It has been an eye-opener experience for me. I think if you were to create an anagram of stupid, it'll somehow come to my first name, Divya. With any occasion, there are mixed emotions. The first emotion that I was experiencing when I was listening to all these people over here was of awe, wow, and other kind of things. But the other emotion was obviously something of being completely inadequate, which I'm sure some of you might be able to associate with. As with regards to the gender bias, if we were to get everybody in the room to do the cryptic puzzles, I can assure you I'll probably be right at the end of the queue, and everyone ahead of me, men and women, will be taking my salute. Anyway, why are we here and why are we here now? We are here because, as Vivek has already told you, that this crossword world has been originated by Arthur Wynne, and he was from Liverpool, although he started it in New York Times, but he was originally from Liverpool, and Liverpool is very much in Great Britain, in England, and London is very synonymous with England. Whenever I tell people back in India, when they ask me, where are you from, I say Birmingham. They say, oh, are you from, is that part of London? I said, well, yeah, of course. I mean, I've come to accept that. So London being where it all began, with inverted commas, we'll accept it. What about the Nehru Center? Because, again, the leader of the pack over here is Mr. Vivek Singh. He would find no better location than the Nehru Center, which is an extension of the Indian High Commission. So well done on the selection of that. Now, with regards to why now? I mean, does 2025 have any connotation in terms of history? It probably does. It's the 80th anniversary of the end of the World War II, which has got some kind of a symbolism as a new start, a new beginning of the free world. 2025 is also considered to be the perfect square. It's 45 times 45. So there it goes again. Numerologically, 2025 is the number of 9, and 9 is considered to be a new beginning. And as far as I'm concerned, this World Cryptic World Competition is a new beginning in the game of cryptic crossword solving. So congratulations to that. May I take this opportunity to thank all of you, but also could I ask all the people who are dressed in their maroon T-shirts to stay exactly where they are, and could I ask the rest of you to just stand up for a couple of minutes and give these guys a standing ovation, please. Well done, team. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Divya Prakash, for those wonderful words. Thank you very much. We will now have the prize distribution ceremony. I would request Ochintya Sharma to announce the winners for the team championships and the individual championships. Our guest on stage will keep staying place for the prize distribution ceremony. Ochintya.
Okay, so I think you already know who won today, but let me go through the scores. And so scoring 45, but remember these are the guys on stage. They have done multiple things to qualify to where they are. Shashwat with 45. Matthew Marcus, 75. Philip Cook, all the way from Canberra, 85. So winning the bronze medal with 90 points for the World Cup Team Event Championship for the first World Cryptic Crossword Championship 2025 is John Henderson of England. And after so many years of watching this event from on stage, he's the first person who I've seen didn't carry a piece of paper or pen, okay, and managed the entire to get the bronze medal with that. Come on. I think I shouldn't. You'll need a lot of hands, okay, to carry everything back. This is also yours. Yeah. So by the way, all participants and all qualifiers, everybody, please stay back. We'll have quite a nice photo session, okay, at the end. Yeah. And so just stay back, okay, and don't go away. John?
Oh.
Okay. You need some help. Yep. That's like as if you're being imprisoned. Wait.
Oh, right. Okay.
Yeah. Maybe. Yeah, you can hold it.
Okay. What am I supposed to say? Thank you to everyone. Thank you to my mum and dad. Thanks who got me here as a crossword compiler in the first place. But thanks everyone for organising this wonderful event. It's all been said really, but it's been a fantastic experience. Thanks very much indeed.
Thank you, John. Yeah, I think if the volunteers can help to take away the prizes, because, you know, they need some help. Okay, winning the silver medal with 95 points is of the World Cup Team Championship of the first World Cryptic Crossword Championship, Colin Thomas of England. Camera. Come on, Colin.
Yeah, thank you very much. It's really delightful to be up here. Thank you to everyone who's involved in organising. It's been amazing. It's a really fun day, really exciting new format as well. And as we say over here, coming second to Mark is basically winning. So I'll take that. Okay.
Thank you so much, Colin. And like, you know, in cricket, you know, you also not only count who has won, but who's also scored a century. So the first World Cup of Cryptic Crossword has the first centurion, because he scored 100 today. And so winning 100 points and winning the gold medal for the World Cup Team Championship of the first World Cryptic Crossword Championship is Mark Goodliff of England. So if at all you have to remember one moment from today's event, it's the nanosecond moment of Mark Goodliff.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mark.
Thank you.
A few words from you. Okay, some more.
Oh, there's more.
Some more goodies. Yeah. Now I can help you with that, or you can manage.
There we go. It's a balancing act that we're done. Well, apologies for completing an all-English podium and an all-male podium as well. I don't feel good about that. But I can't help either of those things in my case. But thank you so much to the organisers. It's been a fantastic competition. Really, really intriguing and enjoyable. We haven't seen a format like that final in this country before, so very innovative for us as well. And very enjoyable. Thank you so much to anyone who came as well.
Thank you, Mark. Thank you, everyone. So I just remembered when I was reading about the Nehru Center, it seems before it became under the Indian High Commission, it was the Bachelor's Club. So this was this building. Okay, so only married people were allowed, and no women were allowed. And if somebody got married, he was removed from the premises of this. So this is how it was, let's say just 80 years ago. And then I think the Indian High Commission took over and changed the rules at least. Okay, so today we have women here and all of us are, and many of us are married here. Okay, done. So going back, going to yesterday's tournament, the individual championship that was held yesterday. So in the third place for the bronze medal of the individual championship of the World Cryptic Crossword Championship, Ko Ting Sween Kenny. Is he around? So is there somebody who can receive? He's not there?
Anyone who can receive it on his behalf? No, please don't take it.
Okay, so we'll get it across to him. And then winning the silver medal of the individual championship of the first World Cryptic Crossword Championship, the silver medal goes to Simon Anthony. Yeah, oh, Mark, yeah. If you can collect it on Simon's behalf. Yeah, please do. Please do. Would have loved to have him here, but I think he has other occupations. Yeah, no problem. So I think just for him.
Thank you, on his behalf. Thank you so much.
No, you've got more goodies to collect. He's got a certificate, he's got a medal, he's got some cash prize. All of you. And winning the individual championship, the gold medal, goes to Matthew Marcus of Portland, Oregon. So he is the individual champion of the first World Cryptic Crossword Championship, Matthew Marcus. Matthew, some words about yesterday as well as today.
Oh, wow. What happened yesterday? I've already forgotten. Oh, yeah. Yesterday was really complicated. I was at a quiz competition at a school, and I realized there was no Wi-Fi there. Wi-Fi was down, so it's like, I've got to rush out of this quiz. And I ran down the road and found a library. And I went in and sat down, and a woman came and said, "You can't sit there. This is the children's section." So I sat somewhere else, and she said, "This is still the children's section." And eventually I got to a place where they weren't chasing me, and I logged in, and the server was down. I was like, oh my God, I'm not going to get to participate. But eventually I finished 2 crosswords and then quickly slammed my laptop shut and ran out of the library and back to the quiz, where I came in the top 30 of the quiz as well. But not nearly as great an achievement and as fun an achievement as being recognized here today. I thought after that last final it was all over for me. My name would never be heard of again, but this is delightful, a surprise medal, so thank you so much. And I will be allowed back into America now. They will say, okay, you did us proud, son. You did us proud. Thank you all. It's been a brilliant event.
What about today?
Well, that last format, as we had to work out how to negotiate it. I think by the end of it, we'd all mastered it, and we'd all sort of memorized what the Dan clues were going to be. So I thought, it's all over, because I don't think anyone could have overturned the lead after the second set of across clues. But as televised formats go, it's really interesting. I mean, obviously, it's much more visually friendly, so I was excited to play it, and I will try and ponder how to do better at it, as we all will for next year. See you all there.
Thank you, Matthew. And I'm sure as dedicated crossword solvers, and you want to take part next year or in this format, I'm sure now you can prepare yourself with putting these clues on the screen and trying out. So that's how many people prepare. So wonderful. Vinayak, back to you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Achintya, for the prize presentation ceremony. We now have what is called the presentation of Roll of Honor to eminent personalities for their contribution towards promotion of cryptic crosswords. I would request Mr. Vivek Kumar Singh to present these to the recipients. Mr. Naram Singh, IFS, Director, Nehru Center, for his role in promoting crosswords and to let us have the use of this premises for this competition. Thank you, sir. Next is Mr. Mick Hodgkin. Next, we would like to present the roll of honor to Mr. Ashley Knowles, aka Boatman. The next roll of honor for Mr. John Henderson. He is a celebrated crossword compiler and solver, as you all witnessed today. His puzzles have appeared in major British newspapers and magazines. The next roll of honor goes to Mark Goodliff, 13-time winner of the prestigious Times Crossword Championship and the first winner of the World Cryptic Crossword Championship 2025. Need we say more? One of the most iconic figures in the global puzzle community. His YouTube channel, Cracking the Cryptic, inspired solvers worldwide. Next roll of honor goes to our Crossmaster for the day, Ochintya Sharma. He also doubles up as a quiz master. He is a tech wizard and is consultant to various startups. Thank you, Vivek, sir. I would now invite and request our chief guest, Mr. Noram Singh, to address the gathering.
Namaskar, good afternoon to each and everyone. First of all, I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude and appreciation to Vivek sir for organizing this event and making it happen, and also to his dedicated team in a maroon t-shirt. So, great job, well done. Second, I would like to thank all the audience coming here on a sunny afternoon, coming to enjoy this show. And the third, I would like to appreciate the hard work and the efforts and the time that all the participants for this World Cryptic Crossword Championship had done. It's marvelous to see. I am sure that when the event was happening, the neurons in the brain, it runs so fast that we can't actually understand how faster it runs. And the last thing I would like to say is that this kind of an event is first of the many events that the Nehru Center would like to have. And I just wish that more children, more kids come and see so that they can pursue the intellectual pursuit in their life. And thank you, everyone, and well done, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your address. We will now have our next event, which is the presentation of a warrant of appointment as country president of the World Crossword Federation. I would like to request Ms. Soumya Ramkumar to come onto the stage to receive the warrant of appointment as country president of Bahrain of the World Crossword Federation. I would like to request Mr. Vasant Srinivasan to come on the stage and accept the warrant of appointment as country president, Thailand, of the World Crossword Federation. I would like to request once again Matthew Marcus to come onto the stage to accept the warrant of appointment as Country President, USA of the World Crossword Federation. The next is Canada. Okay. Mr. Larry Klein from Canada, Country President, Canada of the World Crossword Federation. The next is I would like to invite myself to be appointed as for the warrant of appointment as Country President India of the World Crossword Federation. Thank you, sir. Now, I request Mr. Vivek Kumar Singh, President World Crossword Federation, to outline his vision on the road ahead.
Let me start by congratulating all the winners, all the finishers, podium finishers, and also all the participants, not only for the day's event, but also for the yesterday's event. It has been good fun, and the quality has been extraordinary, as everyone has seen. I would like to compliment the young team from Ecstasy, who have worked very hard for getting this event organized in an alien place, because we have come all the way from India. And we had lovely support from the Nehru Center led by Mr. Naram Singh. Now, as I've told you, we have to get together to get our thing moving, the crossword as a revolution across the globe. And that is where we want your cooperation. The contest is a culmination of a conscious effort to make crosswords a mass-paced global game in place of a cyber game limited to a limited few in your own private spaces. So the three things that I would like to convey at the conclusion of this, wonderful event is to how do we take crosswords further. We have some outstanding performers who can be role models, who can be superstars tomorrow. So the first thing is that we must institutionalize the crossword activities. We are basically standalone organizations or individuals so far pursuing crosswords, be it in UK, be it in US, or be it in India or other places. So that's why we have set up a very loose federation called the World Crossword Federation. And some of the countries now has a country chapter president. Now it is a loose federation because unlike the IOC organizations, where because of the democracy, there's a lot of legalese involved. So initially, as most of our crossword solvers are busy people with not much time to run around the offices to get the registrations done, we are having the chapters, but of course in the long run, when it stabilizes, we'll have country federations independent of each other doing well, and that is the first vision. The second is pushing it further down. The first is institutionalizing the whole effort. The second is pushing it further down. If you see today, you have a very limited set of outstanding performers. And that too, the modal age would be around 50 odd. We want young people to get into this. We want crosswords to go into these schools. And in India, there are governments which are having it as part of the curricula now. So we have to start young, we have to catch them young, and therefore we must have it in schools and colleges, and that could only be organized if we have some structure to work it out, because individuals can't run the show like this, and organizations with their proper nouns generally don't ring a good bell everywhere. Suppose one organization is doing this, second one will say, okay, I'll not participate. One newspaper doing, the other will just shy away. So we will try to have some neutral organization to push it further down, and so that the younger lot, as Susie was telling about women, of course we have Soumya as not only as a country president, but also as a regular outstanding performer. And we have some very good solvers from the women category, if we call it a category at all, who have done exceedingly well. So we'd like to have young, all genders, all classes, all creeds, and all geographies. And the third is, which is a challenge for me, because Mick is also sitting here. I find that while most of the newspapers, they have a crossword column of their own, somehow when it comes to reporting achievements like this, they just don't know what to do. I mean, because it is neither on the education page nor on the sports page. And so unless and until you know somebody, they'll just not cover your report, your news. So we have to make ourselves strong enough so that they know that crossword is not mere a personal pastime to be played indoors privately, but a contest, a game which is like any other game on the earth. And we are old enough to have that stature. We are mature enough to have that clout. So with these words, I thank all of you for having taken time and pains to have come to this place on a Sunday from remote places like Canberra to Portland to distant places in India and Thailand and Bahrain and all. So thank you very much. It was a good event and wish you all the best for the future. See you again soon. And one final thing, that we'll have this on a regular basis. And what we'll like to have is a country contest, then followed by a continental contest, so that we really know as to who are the good players everywhere. And then the World Cup on a regular basis, both the individual championship and the team championship. That is a promise that we'll hold. And Nauren has been nice enough. This could be a wonderful central point for the, every crossword enthusiast across the world. We can come here, and it's a lovely setting for this kind of a contest. Thank you, Naram. Thank you, team. And thank you, all participants. See you again.
Thank you very much, sir, for outlining your vision on the road ahead. We will now come to the last part of the event, which is a photo session for happy memories of all the winners and participants. I request Mr. Uchintya Sharma to call them in batches. Thank you.
Yeah, so, I think Vinayak knows me well enough that, I have some attributes of a headmaster. So that's why I can control crowd or bring them together like that or something like that. Okay, whatever. So what we'll do is, I think all of you, if you can come a little to the front of this place, then we can take one photograph from here, right? Where is the photographer?